Hello everyone, it's Yogi here. Welcome. And it's Wednesday. It's true. It's Wednesday. It's in the middle of the week, and it's close to 9 o'clock, 15 minutes to 9 o'clock in UK time. I hope you're really well wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Haven't done that for a little bit. And so today, oh, I cannot wait. This piece, okay? Sleep Time from Ciro Marchetti. And if you've been following the channel, you know or rather I, started this piece during our New Year marathon. 11 hours, I ask you, if you haven't seen it. Yeah, take your time, go watch it. It was good fun. We did a lot of countdown, 5 countdowns through different time zones. And yes, this piece is absolutely beautiful. So I first discovered this piece. I think it was a quick stitch version by Busy Mom. Yes, Busy Mom Stitcher, and she's a floss tuber. Okay, guys, the regulars know her already. And she posted a couple of pictures of her whip and in our Facebook group, and I saw it and I thought it was so adorable. But it was a cropped out version, so I had to look on Heaven and Earth. So this is a pattern from Heaven and Earth, okay, and I found a full version. And not only I found a full version, I found my way to supersized version. So this is my first supersized chart from Heaven and Earth. And it's absolutely beautiful. Just look at this. Every time I look at this marker, my heart races. And that's a sign when you are ready to stitch the piece. Some patterns I buy and put them in my folder. And wait for the right time. And this piece, you know, as soon as I bought it, I knew I wanted to start it very soon. So, you know, New Year was the perfect time that I did so. And let me show you my my app here. Okay, so we are about 3 weeks into 2026. So this is where I am. I told you this is supersized, and those are max colors as well. So, you know, and it's as well, I would say in theory supersized might be a little bit less confetti. So far it's not too bad, okay, as far as confetti goes, but you can tell that this is absolutely massive. And 3 weeks into it, I've got this little corner, but I'm very, very happy with it. It's absolutely exquisite. So let me show you the numbers, okay. Currently, oh my God, I'm on 0.3%. Okay, again, supersize. This is how you know how it goes with supersize. And the number of colors is just one color short from the maximum color, 240. So this piece contains 239 colors. And currently, I think if I look at the number of stitches I have completed, just over 2,200. It's not bad. And I love the method that I'm, you know, adapted to stitch this piece. And before that, let me just start a sprint here, okay? So this is important because it's going to capture every single stitch I'm about to make today. And at the end of every session, I'm sharing that number with you. I'm curious as well as I'm stitching, and depending on the method of stitching, it varies a fair bit, okay? And I just embrace every single number. And if you think I'm slow, refer to the channel name, okay? As it says on the tin. So here we go. Let me, I'll tell you more about the spec and the way I'm going to stitch it. And I want to say hello to all of you. Thank you for joining me. Yesterday we did a mini marathon, not quite, a quarter marathon yesterday. And we stayed a little bit longer yesterday. It was great fun. We had such a great chat. And today, first of all, we have Amira. Amira says, hello everyone, happy stitching. Amira first to report to the chat. Well done. And of course, we have our Sarah, the Captain Alien, and she's providing us another quote for today. Sarah says, follow your passion and dreams relentlessly. Your passion is the fuel that ignites your purpose. Yes, Sarah, life without passion, you know? Life without passion is like life without, I don't know what it is. You know what I mean? It's like you're breathing, but you're not alive. You know what I mean? And find your passion and follow the heart. And thank you so much, Sarah. And Jacqueline is also here as well, the third one to report to the chat. Welcome, Jacqueline. And we also have Clara joining us, and Solar Winds is back to us. Welcome, and Busy Mom as well, and Guylane as well, and Sarah VM is joining us in the chat. And let's have a look. Who else have we got? And Suzanne as well. Suzanne, I missed you. And Maddie Stitches, and Cynthia is back with us as well. Good to see you. And who else have we got? And let's have a look. Yes, Walk Away Rainy is also here. If I miss anyone, just give me a little wave, okay? I'm doing my best. Who else have we here? Barbara is back with us. And who's it? Chrissy. Yes, Chrissy is here as well. Welcome. And Aldana. Yes, Aldana is our new friend from yesterday, isn't it? Aldana is back with us. Well done for making it to another live stream. Mary Solas is also here. Welcome, everyone. And, come to say hello. If you're lurking, just give me a little wave so I know you're there. It's always good to know that you enjoy the streams and want to stitch with Yogi. So this piece, Ciro Marchetti. So Ciro Marchetti has got various styles. And this particular style, along with probably 3 other pieces I've got from Ciro Marchetti, they're just gorgeous. They look like tapestry, and so rich, and so it's comforting to stitch as well. And so, as I said, with this piece, I actually started from upper right. Okay, so this is my first upper right start piece. And I just decided, if I show you the markup again, you probably understand why I chose the upper right. So if you look at 4 corners, upper right is the nearest corner to those forest creatures, and it's my choice. And also look at that gorgeous squirrel on the tree there. I think the squirrel is dozing away. I think it's kind of sleeping. I hope there's no accident. And if the squirrel kind of falls off from the tree, it's going to land on the poor fox. Okay, let's hope they sleep carefully, sleep mindfully. So this is my start, and I've been stitching this piece with Gemma's method, color flow. So kind of my interpretation of it. I don't know if Gemma will necessarily do it exactly the same way. It's a very nuanced way of stitching, and this is my interpretation. Okay, so I'm easing away from the edges, stitch by stitch. You probably notice there's no floating stitches, there's no boxed in stitches. So I'm not doing cross country. I'm just following the edges and slowly easing away. And you can tell how gorgeous this chart is. You can start to, there's some starting off with some leaves, and you can see the tree trunk here as well. It's just so beautiful, beautifully charted. So well done, heaven and earth. So I'm going to bring on my work mode there. And guys, let me know what you're working on today, okay? And wherever you are, particularly those of you in sort of regions of the world with extreme weather conditions, so please stay safe, stay warm, and just snuggle up and stitch with Yogi. We'll hang out, we'll keep you company. And so let me just adjust my fabric here and zoom in a little bit. So this method, one of the things you probably notice is how neat and tidy these stitches are. So I'm working on 25 count non-gridded fabric. So I'm gridding the fabric myself. And as I'm easing away, because there's very little sort of disturbance of surrounding stitches as I'm stitching, because I'm moving away from the completed area. So everything is so smooth and tidy. It's hard to describe unless you kind of, try the method and stitch yourself. There's something so therapeutic about it. And I would say all stitching method is therapeutic, unless parking is your nightmare. So then maybe not so not so therapeutic. But I love parking. So today I'm going to carry on with this method and slowly easing away. I think the squirrel is somewhere around here. The tail part of it is somewhere around here. So a little bit to go, but I'm closing in. I'm closing in. So project squirrel, here I come. So to start with, I'm going to pick a color that's kind of slightly more easygoing. So I have a lot of 310 to play with. So that's probably where I'm going to go. Not 310, but yes, 310. Look at this. I've got a lot of 310s to warm up with. So this is probably what I'm going to do. I am going to pick 310 and just do a little bit, okay, to warm up these little hands. And hello, and we also have Heather here. Hello from Turtle Stitcher. And who else have we got here? Ellen. Hello, Ellen. Yes, welcome. Sis Stitchers. And Jackie James has joined us as well. And Kelly Shaw is here as well. And Diana Smith is joining us. Yes, and Suzanne says, I'm digesting dinner. I ate too much, but I have Valentine Nook. Oh, for now. Oh, Valentine Nook. Yes, that's the one, isn't it? And I've been keeping that piece a little bit, quiet. As Valentine's approaching, maybe I'll bring that one out and see how it goes. Yes, it's a beautiful piece, actually, by Kim Jacobs. And we also have, let's have a look. Walk Away, Rainy. Rainy is working on, not what, I thought it was the name of the piece, Northern Lights. Walk Away says we have had the Northern Lights showing up past 2 nights here in Pacific, northwest of the US, Washington State. Amazing, because the other day someone posted Northern Lights in America. On our Facebook group, and I was quite surprised. I thought you only got Northern Lights maybe in sort of Norway and Iceland, that kind of stuff. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's got to be magical to see that phenomena naked eye. So in fact, why don't I start with this one? Let me just tidy up a couple of stitches, and so it's a little bit better in terms of stitching order. Okay, so let me move up here a little bit. During this stream, I'm learning so much about things all over the world. We talk about food all the time, but even just food alone, there were things I kind of just taken for granted, thinking the whole world knew about it. Not really, and probably vice versa as well, right? And so there's a lot of information exchange for people from different regions, and it's great fun. Here we go. Move it up a little bit. So that one's just one stitch. I just want to do that one first so I can move downwards for all the 310s. That's waiting for me. It's just tidier this way. Right, I'm going to pick a strand of 310. Let's go for it. And of course, as long as I say 310, I expect spooky bingos everywhere. Here we go. Chrissy says, I'm having a lazy day and stitching Tea and Cookies by Amy Stewart. Yes, what a cozy stitching that piece is. I love stitching delicious food. Let's have a good, let me catch up a little bit over here. Right, so I'm going to dive in right here. Okay, hopefully you can see it well. And see if I can zoom in a little bit more. That's it. So there's a whole block of 310 here for me to play with. Sarah's working on dragonflies, which is the Hey Sao piece. Very colorful, very colorful. I saw a few whips of that piece, pictures on our group. It's beautiful. I'm not I don't know how I would feel about stitching insect, but let's, you know, you do you. Hey, Ligda, welcome. And Minz as well. Minz is in the chat. Minz 3N says hi, Yogi, in the chat. Hi to you. There's something so peaceful about this this chart. And it is. It's sleep time. London's raining today. I can hear it. I can hear the rain on the outside. It's not chucking down. It's just drip and drops. Very typical. Very typical for London and probably UK in general. Oh, Michelle Fuller. Michelle Fuller is reporting from work club. Darling, we'll keep you company. Let me have a look. There's a little bit sticking out there. The stitches is so neat, and you can see how why that is, because you don't have to jam your needles in between stitches. Every stitch you're making is very open. It has majority of the time at least two sides open, you know, so nothing's boxed in. And this is the beauty of this way of stitching. Mint. Okay, mint is better. Yes. Because with YouTube handles, there's no spacing in between. So I sometimes just don't know when anything starts or ends. So I just I just butcher people's handles everywhere. It's my, you know, favorite pastime. All right then. I am going to park here and leave this corner open there. I could just keep going, but then I'm going to create a very narrow channel on the right side there. I don't want to do that. I want to come to the right edge and start picking up these colors. So as I said, this message is very nuanced. Under the same circumstances, 10 different stitchers might, you know, choose 10 different orders. I don't think there is ultimately right or wrong. There are principles to follow, but other than that, it's up to you to interpret how you want to stitch. Oh, Busy Mom is at work club too. Yes, Busy Mom is always at work while we're streaming most of the time. But sometimes she gets to go home and join us after work. Hey, Travis. Hello. Good to see you. And Travis is reporting from work club as well. Please send Travis some work club love. And Mint says, starting my biggest full coverage today. I'm so happy. Which piece are you working on? The first full coverage. It's got to be very special. One more. I remember I was just so obsessed when I first discovered people stitching this way. All right, I am going to end this thread actually. It's getting a little bit short. Raja sending work club love and support to all of you at work. Hey Mandy, welcome. Jackie James says, this is my favorite piece of yours. The dog reminds me of my dog. Wow, that's a gorgeous dog, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, look at the cat as well. The fox. Just look at their faces. And that's what peace means. You know, when you're able to sleep that peacefully, that means you're safe. I love it. 3854. 3854, just one stitch. 3854. And every time I look at Dolly's sleepy face, I feel the same. You know, when she's so comfortable and sleeping belly up, you just feel like, oh, this is one happy little soul there. And it makes me very happy and feel very peaceful as well. One, two. What's happening here? Something is not matching here. Let me double check. Here. All right, there. Why does it look like that? This is so weird. This bit is not matching. Oh, okay, hang on. I'm looking at a totally different location. Here. Exactly. Where am I? I'm here. And today I've got my coffee right here as well. Let me take a sip. Walk away says, how does color flow work with confetti area, Yogi? It's actually perfect, really fantastic method to deal with confetti, because I think this method, Gemma's method, either the original or this one, or color flow, or row by row. I think, you know, easing away from the edges is one of the best ways to stitch confetti, because if you look at your own pieces where there's a lot of confetti, a lot of times, well, to pull aside the kind of effort you have to put in, okay, and the stress perhaps, but maybe just run your fingers on top of the very confetti area. Most of the times, it probably feels slightly bumpy and uneven, because if you're stitching with color completion or cross country of any type, you will have to put your needle through in between stitches very often, and that creates a little, you know, sort of unevenness. Whereas this, I can run through my finger. It doesn't matter how confetti it is. It's so nice and smooth. And also because I think psychologically you're dealing with one stitch at a time. It doesn't matter whether it's just one single stitch or multiple stitches. You know, it just feels easier. It just feels easier for me. So that's my take. And sometimes even if I'm stitching cross country, for instance, when I get to very confetti area, sometimes I change method. I start doing Gemma's method or row by row. So I think it just makes things a lot easier. Okay, there's only one stitch there, so let me end this stitch right here. Okay, this one's only got one stitch. And I suppose because I'm parking threads, you can probably tell how confetti each area is just by looking at how many part threads I've got. So at the moment it's, not too bad, not too bad. A little bit more dense around here, but the remaining areas seems to be okay. 3854. Travis says, I noticed on Painting Fairy cross stitch that they have winter reading nook as a stamp kit. Okay. Travis, hush, hush. Yes, I doubt very much that that's licensed, but I think, there you go. Yes, I have seen several Amy Stewart's pieces appearing as stamp kits or as being charted by someone else, and I doubt very much that those are licensed. Probably unlikely. I think her charts are probably exclusive to Heaven and Earth. So Aldana says, if there's two symbols on a chart, does that mean you need to make two different color stitches there? I'm so new to it. Two symbols on the chart. What do you mean by that? Two symbols on the chart. Does that mean you have to make two different color stitches there? There's one color per stitch, unless there's blended colors. Is that what you're referring to? So we blend. So Aldana, you can let me know whether that's what you mean, and there are ways to do it. And Mint says, oh, the first full coverage for Mint is Infernal Duel. Oh, sounds very dramatic. By Thread Gig. It's a retired piece now based on The Lord of the Rings. I knew it. It just sounds epic. Fantastic. And it's a retired piece as well, so only you have it. Here we go. Where shall I go next? Let's move around here. I think this area needs a little bit of smoothing out. So I'm not particularly trying to keep it diagonal. I flow with the colors, but whenever I can, I try to kind of balance it out a little bit so I can continue to move, extend this line. Okay, so this one, definitely, I've got a lot of 939. 939 is very close to 310. Here we go. Quite a few stitches. It's just so gorgeous, this. Hi, Kelly. Jackie James says, I just posted a picture of my dog while watching you stitch. Definitely. Definitely. Oh, I picked the wrong thread. It should be this one. Yes, we have a lot of animal lovers, a lot of cat lovers. and dog lovers, and a lot of bird, quite a bird lovers as well. And we also have stitches with guinea pigs, and Travis has got chinchilla. Just everybody loves animals. Helen says, I'm stitching a night at the circus. Supersized max color. Also artwork from Amy Stewart, A Night at the Circus. Yes, Amy Stewart has quite a few pieces surrounding sort of circus kind of themes there. It's very, very, very playful. So let me mark these stitches as I go. Oh, Aldana says there was a purple rump and a blue square in the same pixel. In the same pixel. But are you reading the chart though? The chart should tell you what colors they are. Majority of the charts probably use solid color, which is single color. And if it's blended colors, it would make it very clear to you there's a blended colors and what colors are involved. Just making sure, yes, really charts, it should give you the information. So depending on whether you're stitching with single strand or double strand, there are ways to deal with blended colors. But just making sure, make sure the charts are telling you what colors, whether it's single color or double color, two colors. Because most of the times, even with blended colors, they're still represented with a single symbol, you know. So the symbol could be, I don't know, a star symbol. But when you refer to a thread chart, it tells you that it's a blended color. So. Hi, Alison. Alison Rennie is here. And Alison says, evening, everyone. Wild here in Scotland. Just finished rotation of Hate Dragonfly, the non-Sao one. Is there a non-Sao version? I suppose the Sao version is probably a crop from the full version, I'm guessing. And moving on to home is where my cat naps. Yes. Why is it wild there in Scotland? Is the weather okay? In London, it's kind of okay. It's quite mild. It's just a little bit wet, as usual. I shouldn't be surprised. Suzanne says, I suspect she's talking about your chart. For example, one is part thread and the other one is highlighted. Do you think that's what Aldana is referring to? I think, let me go back to her. Let me go back to her comment here. Yes. So Aldana is referring to two symbols in the same pixel. That doesn't make sense. I've never seen charts as two symbols in one square, if you know what I mean. Chrissy says, my daughter has decided to move back home this weekend, so instead of 2 cats and dog, we will have 4 cats and a dog. 4 cats? Oh, so she's bringing her cats back home? Really? Wow, it's going to be a big, big party. It's really hard to tell without looking at the chart, isn't it? Alison says, in Scotland, very strong winds and rain at the moment. My dragonflies is just titled dragonflies. Oh, I see. So it just happened to have the same title. It's not quite the same because the star piece is glistening wings. That's true. Yes. Because they're kind of dragonflies, isn't it? Very nice. So everybody's stitching insects. Should that be allowed? Do we need to ban insect as well? I think butterflies are okay. They're insects as well. And a lot of people stitching bees as well, isn't it? Bees and butterfly, and maybe ladybugs as well. Those ones people don't have problems with. Spiders, okay. Now we're in a slightly different territory there. Let me take a sip of my water here. Where am I? Oh, okay. Ellen says, I have 10 cats and 2 little dogs. What is possible? 10 cats! Oh, that sounds like paradise. Very tempting to have another cat for Dolly, a little company, but I'll leave it to fate. Leave it to fate. I mean, Donna, are you referring to my chart or your chart? If you're referring to my, yes, the diamond shape, the pink ones are path threads, and the square ones with blue borders, they're the stitches of the color of my choice. So it highlights the current color that I'm stitching. But the diamond shape, the pink one, is where my path threads are. Okay, so sorry, I was a bit confused. I thought you were talking about your chart. Okay, I'm gonna pick another 310 and do a little bit of color flow. I'm gonna follow the 310 and see how it goes, because I haven't really done it this way, even though technically I'm allowed to flow with colors, but I've been quite restrained and still kind of try to keep the edges open. But this, if you look at my chart here, the 310 is literally flowing down here. I'm going to give it a go and see if that works well, because I have seen Gemma, who pioneered this method. She literally just create following the object or whatever she's stitching and just flow with the colors. So I'm going to see if that works. That works for me as well. So a little bit more 310 coming up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Bex. It's Bec's birthday, guys. Yes, we have a birthday girl here. Bex says, good morning. I'm excited to take the day off work for my birthday. And I thought I'd start the day stitching with you all. Great choice, Bex. Yes, happy birthday. I'm sending Bex love from the chat and from me as well. Yes, and hang out, okay, and enjoy your birthday. How wonderful you're able to take a day off. Some people just need to go to work or do whatever. And what a wonderful thing to do, to take some time off for yourself. 1, 2, 3. Yes, Sarah is providing cake, okay? What's the sizzle? Says, doing a bunch of s'mores. From Donna, Coolers 555, fabulous cross-stitching patterns. Oh, are they small patterns? Sounds like fun. I'm going with 310 here. A switch needle. I mean, these gold ones, can you see this one? It's gold and it's really pretty, but it just doesn't, it's got strange coating on these needles and creates a lot more friction when you stitch. Adana says, I would get so lost trying these, and you chat while you while you stitch. Yes, I It's all right. I can multitask slowly, okay? Very slowly. Hey, Six. Hello. Yes, happy birthday. Oh, we've got some, new friends in the chat and wishing Beck's birthday as well. So hello, everyone. And we've got a new friend in the chat, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the handle, okay? Like we say, I'm going to call you Jackie. How's that? Jackie says, happy birthday. I just subscribed to your channel from Ecuador. What kind of fabric? Okay, I think it's probably cut off there. Welcome, and sending my love to Ecuador. Ecuador. I have to pronounce it properly. Sorry. And yes, the fabric is 25 count and is ungridded DMC. And welcome to the channel. So for max colors, I know things might change as I move forward, right? But this area is really quite nicely balanced. You create a lot of beautiful details, but not too confetti. The background is a mix of maybe 2 to 3 shades of dark colors. So it's not bad at all. It's nice to have areas like this. You can just come have a rest. And the leafy areas, they're a little bit more, it's got more color changes. But overall, very nice, very nice. Why don't I just keep, I'm just trying to think where I should go to continue with this color. I could come over here because my plan was to float down. Why don't I, okay, I'm going to change my plan slightly. I'm going to go up instead. Hello, Marsha. Yes, I like DMC fabric as well. And I think the 25, I quite like it. I prefer ungridded than gridded nowadays. But I also love a DMC 28 counts. It's so light. It's like stitching, I don't know, stitching air in a good way. But 25 count, the 25 count fabric is still, gorgeous as well. And I love the shade of the white. It's not too white, and it's not kind of, I know you can get like cream colors as well, but it's nice. It's just a nice tone of white. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three. Oh, hang on. I was getting too excited. Hey, can't think of a better name is here in the chat. No, you're not late at all. We're just getting warmed up, okay? So right on time. Well done. And she says, heading home from work. Oh, so can't think has been in work club and now going home. Safe journey. And she says, I finally got my ADA and DMC for my full coverage, I'm guessing. I get to play with it tonight. Oh, definitely. Yes, how exciting. Every time someone says, this is my first full coverage, I'm just so happy for them. It's going to be a great journey. And you come to the right place, you know. You can get all the support here. Sandra says, please repeat the name of the fabric. Okay, so this is a DMC 25 count fabric, and it's just white, I think, in terms of fabric color. Sometimes they have slightly off-white or cream colors, but this is white, I think. Oh, Lugana. I think maybe. I'm still trying to remember why Lugana, whether it's the type of fabric or whatever it is. Suzanne should know. Suzanne is a fabric expert. Yes, it could be. I think if you just search for 25 count ungridded DMC fabric, this should be the only one that will come up. And we just keep going with this 310 here. You're welcome. Hi, Clara. Marsha says, I'm traveling soon and bought 14 count to start a piece because I have no magnifying light. Does anyone else do this? No fuss on 14 counts, but at least you'll be able to stitch. Yes, that's very sensible. If you know if you're on the go and smaller stitches, you need additional equipment, then 14 count is perfectly pleasurable to stitch. I love 14 counts. You know that by now, Marsha. So I hope you enjoy it. And just make sure you have decent lighting as well, so your eyes are not strained. Suzanne says it is Lugana, yes. So is Lugana a blend or is it like a brand name? I know I've probably been told about 20 times by now. I just cannot remember. Suzanne, I agree. I don't mind gridded version. You know, I do have a few projects that's got gridded DMC, but I definitely prefer non-gridded nowadays. But gridded version, gridded fabric is quite useful if you're just starting off with 25 count. It gives you a little bit more guidance when it comes to, you know, gridding. Okay, I'm doing well here. There. And I'll probably start filling in this area a little bit. And I've got, oh, is it 310 as well? It doesn't make sense. Hang on. What was that then? Why is it like this? Oh, no, that wasn't 310 I was stitching. That was 939. That's why I'm confused. Okay, so that was, this is 310. This is 310. Because the colors are so close. This is like dark brown. It's very similar, so close to 310. All right then, one more strand of 310 coming up. Mint says Lugana is cotton and viscose. Not that I know what that is. I'm just presuming it's a kind of, you know, threads or whatever. Suzanne says it's just the name of that sort of fabric. It's not anything to do with the weave. I think it's a style name. Okay. Thank you, Suzanne. Suzanne says, I'm doing 14 count with Valentine Nook. I really do wish that I could do without the magnifying lamp, but I can't even do 14 without it. Yes. I suppose lighting is really important as well. Do you not find if it's brighter, it definitely helps as well? Solomon says, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard that Lugana is a town that's originally from. Oh. Yes. So that's for fabric experts to reply. I have no clue. I suppose it must come from somewhere, right? In terms of the name. That's normally the case. Hey, Diana says 310 bingo. The first spooky bingo tonight goes to Diana Smith. Well done. Round of applause for Diana. And Mandy Moran as well. Told you, if I just call out 310, there'll be spooky bingos everywhere. Walkaway says I'm stitching 3799, 310's evil twin. Yes. The color before I was stitching as well is so close, even though it's more of a brown. There's 3 stitches here, and I'm going to part down here. 2. Okay. And then I'm going to come down a little bit. I'm trying to think whether I should do a bit of color flow here. Why not? I've got more 310 stitches here. I'm going to start filling the corners. Suzanne says, I believe it's a name for anything 25 count. That's cotton or cotton blend. I see. Okay. So it doesn't have to be DMC. It's a fabric blend. So there's 5 stitches. Let me see if I can manage with this bit of thread. And maybe 2 more. Barbara says, I used to not be able to find my glasses if I lose them. And that's not good. That's when you need glasses. You can't find your glasses. Maybe, what is it? Apple. They do those tags, don't they? Can you put a tag on your glasses? If you ever lose them, just go find my glasses via your phone app. But those tags from Apple, they're being misused. I think I have, the regulars probably know I'm a little bit of a true crime fan there. And there's been at least 2 cases that I remember that people using Apple tags, I think is what it's called, to commit crime, to track people. So those tags originally, they are designed for you to find things. So for instance, you can attach a tag in your handbag or whatever. And if you ever lose your bag or whatever, or maybe stick it on an object, I don't know. And you can GPS track them. So essentially, they're tiny little GPS devices. And there have been crime cases that people just use those tags and place them hidden in someone else's car or their vehicles, and then be able to track them to find their locations. So beware, always check your bags to see if someone accidentally drop a tag in your bag. Okay? One more from here. Solar Wind says, I'm really enjoying the pin stitch you taught me, Yogi, to end my thread. It makes the stitches look so neat. I know. It's definitely my go-to thread ending for full cross. Yes. It doesn't work very well for 10 stitches, but full cross is just such an easy way of doing it. And by the way, I did not invent it. I can't remember where I learned it from. I learned from some very clever stitchers quite a while back, so I can't remember who that was. I'm starting to fill in, working through the edges. Sarah says, I started this morning stitching cross country and now doing block by block. Have you changed your mind? Sarah, I'm trying to remember if Sarah's got a go-to sort of method. But Sarah, you do cross country, don't you? And Sarah is stitching with no gridding, okay? So I'm always amazed that she's able to find anything at all. If it was up to me, you know, I'd be so lost. I'm lost even with gridding. So, and now Sarah is block by block stitching. And Sarah doesn't park. Do you park? I can't remember. Oh, I think there's a little bit of cat fight going on out there. Let me just double check a little bit. Let me just go have a look at my dolly there. Okay, just a second. Just checking it's not Dolly screaming for help. Okay, I'm gonna go for a rescue. Just give me a little moment here. Oh, it's so good. All is well. Dolly is in the living room. Just need, I have to check because we've got sort of quite a lot of activities out there with the cats recently. I think there's some new cats coming to the neighborhood. And so there's a little bit of a territory, you know, battle going on there. Let me remove that one here. Here we go. Oh, Marsha, are you doing a little bit of color flow as well? That's very nice. Yes. I think, you know, if you've never done it before, it probably feels a little bit, it's kind of intimidating because you can't just flow wherever you want to go. But once you've tried it, I just love the neatness, you know, the tidiness. 3. What is going on here? Let me look. Why does it look, hang on my, okay, so it is blue because on my swatches on the chart, this dark area looks more blue, Whereas on my fabric, oh yes, there's a bit of blue actually. Quite dark, so I can't tell. Let me see what's going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 here. Beck says regarding to those Apple tags, I need one of those tags for my mind. I keep losing it. Oh, yes. That's hilarious. Oh, Nikki. Hello, hello. Oh, I see. Nikki says Lugana is made by Zweig, not DMC. Let me double check. I can find my purchase thingy. Where's my phone? I can give it a check. Yes, I could be wrong. I could be wrong because I get very confused by these things. Where's my phone? Yes, here. I can just look at my Etsy. I want to give you the correct information. So, because I'm clueless, you see. So I'm just looking at my purchase history here. I bought it from Etsy. So I think this is the one. Yes, I've shown this one before. Ah, hang on. Okay. So this is it. I'm going to show you my screen here, okay? So it's actually not Lugana. It's neither. It doesn't say it anyway. So this is what I've got. 25 count cotton even weave. So it's neither. It doesn't say it's Lugana or Zweig or whatever it is. Whoops. So this is it. So just look for DMC white 25 count cotton even weave. And this is what I'm using, okay? I knew it was DMC, but I have no idea whether there's kind of additional spec. Patty says, hey Yogi, I saw a video where someone did a diagonal pin stitch with 10 stitches. Diagonal pin stitch with 10 stitches. Oh, do you mean like if you stitch like a 10 and then you do a pin following, it's kind of just high under the stitch? I suppose that could work. It's a little bit risky for some reason. You have less area, less coverage to hide the pin from. But technically, I think you can. Hey, Nutty. Hello. Sandra, guys, thank you, Sandra. But I love the translation. I'm thinking it's probably translation. Look at this, guys. Sandra is being such a great YouTuber. She says, I got a gist of what Sandra is doing, okay? But please, 97 persons, 32 fingers. Please put fingers. Hey, Sandra, this is a family show, okay? Family show. Thank you so much. Oh, that made me smile. Just make sure you flash the right finger, okay? Not just any finger. Ah, Nikki wants the fabric. But Nikki, I would be so surprised if you can't get DMC 25 count in the States. I would have thought. Because you've got DMC everything. Maybe I need to smuggle something for Nikki, right? In exchange for some DMC floss. I desperately need a lot of sweet hen. Maybe Nikki, you can smuggle one of those cones, and I'll get you a stash of DMC fabric like this one, and 28 count as well. Hey, Rose. Rose Palent. Yes, this is a different Rose. Ruth says, hello everyone. My understanding, Regana, is Zwega. They make cotton, rayon, blend fabric and use it for 25 count Lugana, 28 count Brittany, 32 count Murano. Oh, that's what my 32 count says. It says Murano. Yes. All right. That's very, very educational, Ruth. Thank you so much. Ninety says a little decision help. 1, 2, 3, Amy Stewart Sanctuary 2 Dragon Vintage. Do you need a well of doom to help you? Why do I call it a well of doom? It's well of hope. Okay, guys, get it right. It's well of hope to help our hopeless stitchers who don't know what project to stitch. Okay. If you need help, you know, let me just find my spot. Where am I? Where am I exactly? Here. Here we go. Hello, Peaches. So Nikki has 28. So the 28 fabric you've got, is as light as mine? And Suzanne loves color flow as well. Wheel of Fortune, exactly. Nikki says only your dealer sells it. It can't be. It can't be though. Why would that be exclusively that seller? Maybe it's under a different name. I don't know. DMC fabric, it's got to be sold worldwide. Hey, Sharon. Hello. Monaco is only 28 counts. Oh, all of those names just totally over my head. 1, 2, 3. Well, I'll be very surprised if DMC is only sold over here. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Lovely. Let me come over and do some browns, okay? It's a playground of different colors. So let me come down here. 301. 301. Suzanne says, I got mine here in Sweden. Yeah, I would have thought DMC fabric would be probably quite universal, like sold everywhere. 301. 301. So I've been doing black work recently for the last couple of weeks, and it's amazing how fast my 310 is being consumed. So I actually switched to my anchor 310 equivalent, and you can't tell the difference. And I think the threads are a little bit, I don't want to say weaker, but the texture is slightly different. But in terms of colors, you can't tell, because I didn't want to consume all my 310 DMC, because I think I've only got 3 more scans left. So I've been using my anchor threads. All right. And there's one more stitch. I'm going to park it here. Oh, mint. Mint has raised everybody's favorite topic. Mint says, what's everyone's favorite snack? I need to try new stuff. You know, Mint, there's something we do really well here, other than, you know, stitchy stuff. That's food talk. We talk about food quite a lot. So you're in the right place. So Mint actually looking for some snacky inspirations. Okay, the next one, 3862. 3862. It's a brown. 3862. Ooh, doesn't like it. Yes, Suzanne, the description is very generic. It's just DMC cotton, 25 counts. Oh, Sarah's come up with very, very healthy, snacky raspberries. I love raspberries as well. But I tend to put it in some sort of yogurt or something rather than just eating straight. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. And this one literally just one stitch. I'm going to end it. Samantha, hello. Samantha says, popping to say hello. At Verizon, getting my daughter a new phone since she's dropped hers yesterday and it's shattered the back. Oh dear. Phone shopping for Samantha. Hey, Lynn is here as well. Hello, says Yogi, and all the lovely stitchers in the group. So for those of you that are using Saga, okay, I don't know whether you come across this strange phenomena using Saga. So I'm going to share it with you, okay? It's happened a few times and I have no explanations. It kind of just does it. And I'm not able to find a way to reproduce it manually. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you. Let me just 3A30. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you my question. Okay, so if you use Saga, you probably know. In order to, so currently, for instance, if I select a color, okay, if I select the color, let's say currently is pointing to 3A30, okay, but if I want to select a different color, let's say I tap on 939, okay, I need to flick the button on the top bar there to turn on the borders, right? And it's always been one of my pain points because I always wonder, why do you have to do that? But for some reason, very occasionally, it would, there are few occasions, literally, when I switch colors just by tapping on different color, right? For some reason, this button turns on by itself. You know what that means? It means that all I have to do is to tap on a color. The switch turns itself out by itself. And I'm not able to reproduce it manually, but it happens sometimes. I'm just wondering whether you have come across that. I don't know, it's a glitch sometimes, or maybe there's some hidden gesture I'm not aware of that you can just by tapping, switching colors. You know, I'm tapping on a different color right now, okay, 7A2, and as you tap a different color, this button just turns on by itself, that I don't have to manually do it. So is there some sort of a ghostly activity that I've been experiencing, or there's something happening? So I just want to share that with you because it's happened a few times and I have no explanations on why that happens. I'm kind of secretly hoping that's, you know, that's actually a thing, some sort of a hidden feature that I'm not aware of, because, you know, I would really like that feature. No? Busy Mom says never. Just me than anybody else. It happened probably about 3-4 times, randomly. Walkaway says the area I live is known for producing raspberries and also blueberries. How nice! Does that mean you can probably get them a little bit cheaper? Because they're quite pricey, aren't they? A little box of raspberries is like £3 over here. Okay, I'm gonna come back here. So next color is 921. 921 over here. So no one else has come across that. Nikki, thanks for sharing. Nikki says I'm have the first colonoscopy. Why? Why do you need to have that done? What does that do? Sorry, I'm not a doctor. I have no idea. Busy Mom says no. Okay, anyone else? Ah, oh, Dana is a developer. Amazing. She says, I don't know about this app, but as a developer, you can't replicate it. It's most likely some kind of bug. Yes, it's a very nice bug, isn't it? they should make it a normal feature. I'm just wondering why you have to manually turn on the button every time. It's so annoying. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This area is a little bit more confetti. A little bit more. So you need to be patient. Yes, Bex, I agree with you. It's a very good glitch, isn't it? Oh, Samantha says it's a prep. That's not fun. Does that mean you have to fast or something? If you're going under, you probably have to fast for at least, I don't know, how many hours do you need? I mean, luckily, I never had to go under myself. But I had to fast my cat when they had to go through medical procedures. So everybody's done it because everybody's talking from their experience. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so you have to drink some sort of weird liquid. Nikki. Oh, poor Nikki. So let's say, Yogi, did you check your settings in Saga? Do you think it would be too risky to uninstall and reinstall? No, I don't think it would be risky. But the thing is, I don't want to fix it. I quite like the bug. Can I have more, please? Yes, it's a good bug. Because every time it happens, I just go, oh, maybe there's something that I don't know about with this app, like some sort of hidden sort of gesture. You know, if you tap 5 times, it would just do it by itself. But I've tried. Nothing happened. Oh, Walkaway says, how come everybody's got experience? That is astonishing. So you have to drink some sort of icky drink to clean you to clean out the body. Oh, so it's not just fasting. You have to drink something. Oh, is that because they have to put something through so they can see what's inside, or have something, they need to scan you or something? Oh, Nikki. All right. The next color is 300. 300. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is, what procedure it is. If you need to go under, there are risks that's probably associated with it. Not to make Nikki nervous. No. But it's true, isn't it? Michelle says, I got a little box of snacks that I got to eat throughout the prep days. It wasn't too bad. Oh, so instead of icky drinks, Michelle has actually got a bag of snacks. Not our chocolate buttons. You can imagine. If you have to eat chocolate buttons before the procedure, I think that people will be queuing up to get that done. Because it's delicious. I think the snacks sound a little bit better. Sarah says, I have no experience with colonoscopy. Me either. Knock on wood, you know, and I'm very lucky. I've probably been to the hospital overall in my life, maybe under 5 times. A majority of them are once I dislocate one of my toes doing ballet. That was fun. I went to emergency, and I've been to a dentist a couple of times in my life. And that's about it. Aldana says, have you tried holding the tab for a couple of seconds or two? It's a mobile app that would be a way to make a different behavior. Yes, that gesture actually exists in this app, but what it does is it creates this little pink diamond. Can you see? And that is actually how you mark park threads. You press and hold for a couple of seconds. So that gesture has already been taken. I tried that as well, and I tried to double tap, triple tap. Nothing happens. I was so hoping that it was actually a thing, but it's not a thing. It's a bug. I'm very sad. So 1, 2. Here we go. Nikki says I can only do clear liquids tomorrow, not food. Okay, so you have to fast, and do you have to drink like weird drinks, icky drinks? And how long does it? How long is the procedure? Do you have to? stay under for a little while. 919. Where am I? Here. There. Okay, so that one is done. That's weird. Nine one nine. Okay, I'm going to come up here. 301. Hey, Janine. Hello, hello. Are you still at work? Or you're back from Walmart? You have to report that every day. Because if they don't see you and your husband for a day, they get probably a little bit worried. Michelle says, Yogi, you're flying through this chart. Slow down. Oh, Michelle, you know. I'm the color flow princess. I'm just flowing with color flow. Slowly, okay? But thank you, Michelle. That's very encouraging. All right, 301. 301. Yeah. I mean, this method, yes, I think there are times you may have to slow down a little bit, but essentially you're not really doing anything that different from other methods. I think unless you're doing cross country, you can just hop around different stitches. If you're doing any kind of, I don't know, you know, I think with this method, some parts you may have to slow down a little bit, but there's some parts that are really fast because you're allowed to just flow with whatever color. You just follow the color. One, two, three. And it's quite satisfying as you move forward. You can see the complete picture, you know, the image underneath. You don't have to wait. You don't have to come back and fill in loose stitches and stuff like that. You just keep going. All right then. Three stitches. Janine says, home now. Didn't go to Walmart. Oh dear. They're going to miss you today. but went to neighborhood grocery store and they had Magnums. There you go, Ginny. I told you. Yes, not quite in Walmart. I bet they have it. Yes, Magnum. We talk about them. It's delicious. Betty Hankins says my very one was that awful stuff you add water to a gallon jug. Oh dear. And what does it taste like? Does it have flavors? At least they can put some, you know, some flavoring to it. Here we go. And my squirrel is not that far away, I don't think. All right, next one, 3371. Janine says, that's looking great. Yogi with the yellow leaves popping out. I know. Look at this. It's just so pretty. So pretty and so neat and smooth. I love it. I just love touching it. No bumpiness whatsoever. Just so flat. Let me have a sip of my coffee. Oh dear. Well, this is why, Betty. Betty says my daughter-in-law just did the procedure and they found something. This is why I don't go to doctors, because if you don't go, they can't find things. I'm just, you know, like my brothers, they are, for me, it's just insane. They go have a sort of full body checkup every year, I ask you, and they have to go under for certain procedures. And I just go, why would you voluntarily go through that kind of procedure? It's so, you know, invasive. And they do this every year. And I don't know. It's not my thing. I don't like hospitals. I don't like doctors. Well, I like doctors. It's just, I don't like to see them. All right. It's this one over here. Walkaway says, is this chart Amy Stewart? No, this is actually Ciro Marchetti. If you look up the description of this stream, it's called A Name of an Artist, and it's by Heaven and Earth. So if you go to Heaven and Earth website and look up Sleep Time, and it's by Ciro Marchetti. And this is a supersized version, max colors. Two more here. Betty says no flavor. No flavor were kicked out all for all for taste. They have lemon. That isn't Leno at all. Oh, okay. I think it's probably some sort of coloring or something. So when they scan you, they can actually see stuff. Or something like that. I don't know. Janine says if you have a clean colonoscopy, you don't have to go again for 10 years. Wow. So what do you have to do if they find, what are they expecting to find? Just like dirt, grime they have to clean up? So is it like, I don't know. Lynn says, at least the squirrel is going to make an appearance, even this is his back end. Yes, I'm going to start with the tail, the direction I'm going. The tail is going to make the first appearance. Oh, Betty, I'm so happy that you're much better now. Samantha is having a Magnum bars and it's got double caramel. Wow. There you go. One, two, three. So basically they send a camera down basically and scan, trying to scan if there's anything going on there. Wow. That's interesting, but why will your colon be blocked? Is that lifestyle? Is that the food you eat, or is just, does it happen to everybody? I wonder. And is there any symptoms? You know, in terms of thinking that maybe there's something going on there. Two stitches. Let me move this down. Wow, that's a lot going on there. Clara says, Yogi, are you using DMC or CXC? I never seem to remember. With this piece, majority of my 1/1, 25 counts, I'm using DMC. So this is DMC. So CXC right now, mostly I'm using it for 10 stitches, 2/1, because I prefer stitching with CXC when I'm doing double strand stitching. It just feels better. Ah, okay, I can part actually. I can part down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Janine says most people form, is it polyps over time? It's not really unhealthy lifestyles. From what I know, it's sort of like getting plaque on your teeth. It just happens as you get older. Really? So everybody gets it? Is that what you're saying? That's not very good. In fact, let me come up here. Becky Hankins says, Yogi, sometimes it can be just hereditary. Yes, I bet that plays a part as well. And I wonder whether fiber actually helps, because a lot of food, particularly refined foods, it's got very little fiber. And we have more and more that kind of food on our diet. And it will probably, without sufficient amount of fiber, I suppose, can be an issue. So Clara is explaining what polyps is. Here we go, 1 stitch here, and I'm going to end this one here. But the thing is, the technology is changing. You know, hopefully, in a very, very near future, the way we treat cancer, for instance, can be very different. You know, because both of my parents, they went through cancer at 902. Let me just pop this back. And the things they have to put up with, you know, just to get treated was scandalous. You know, it kind of makes me wonder, maybe our medical technology, you know, is not that great, really, not as great as they want you to believe. A lot of cancer treatment is basically, you know, attacking the cancer along with your body as well. And if you both survive the process, not both survive, if you survive the process, then yes, you're fine. A lot of people don't. It just seems so primitive. One, two, that one. There's so many part threads. I can't even find it. Hopefully, you know, in 5 years' time, I'm hoping that we're going to look back on chemo and radiotherapy and wonder, what were we doing, you know? It was so barbaric. Adana says we're having better full recovery rates than the past, but pretty much of it is due to earlier diagnosis as well. I bet that does as well, but there, you know, it's a balance there somewhere, because in order to get early diagnosis, like, you know, like both of my brothers, they go for full body checkup, including scans and all sorts of things every year. And I'm kind of thinking, well, that itself is risky, because you have to go under, first of all, and go through, you know, get scanned, and there are radiation and all sorts of things. So you can overdo it. I'm not saying you shouldn't go checked up, but there's a balance there somewhere. And also when it comes to, you know, cancer in particular, recovery rate, most of the times, in terms of definition of recovery, they talk about cancer cells, you know, whether they come back or not. And if they don't, it's a success story. But in my dad's case, it's not as black and white, even though he had a lump behind his throat. So at the base of his sort of his vocal cord there, and he found it fairly early and got it cleared up actually within 2 years. And of course he had to go back for checkup and stuff. And after 5 years, technically he was a success story. You know, it was all cleared. But the thing is, because of the treatment he went through, it came with quite a lot of side effects and post sort of, you know, a lot of weird symptoms, like his taste bud. His taste never recovered. Everything tasted weird, so that affected the quality of his life. And also he got very sensitive skin, and also his sleep was terrible. He got insomnia and stuff like that. Majority of that we suspected was probably because of his treatment and also medication he was given for his treatment. So they basically try to treat you for one thing, and then you get side effects, and then they give you more medicine to treat the side effects, and then the medicine for treating side effects creates more side effects, that you need more medication to treat them and to manage them. So it's a cycle of just all sorts of stuff going on. And yes, it's not a great quality of life. And there's nothing that doctors can do, because that's where we are right now in terms of what we can do. So I have very mixed feelings about certain type of treatments. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. I'm not even sure that I'm on the right spot. Am I correct? Yes. All right. Why do I have so many part threads? One, two, three, four. 1, 2. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nikki says, I'm a fan of fasting, letting your body clean the dead cells. Indeed. Yes, me too. I try to do it kind of just naturally without imposing the hours. So I tend to eat maybe maximum 2 meals a day, and I don't have breakfast, and try to leave them, quite far apart. So, and it kind of fits into my lifestyle, because I teach during the day, so I don't want to eat anyway. But and then I come home and eat something, and then maybe a bit of chocolate when I'm here, and then I go to bed and not eating until the following, evening-ish. So yes, I think when you're fasting, your body has some sort of capacity to heal a little bit, because when you're eating, your body's busy digesting whatever you're eating. So digesting becomes the priority. And if you eat very frequently, in some way, you're preventing the body from having that, a little break time to do the housekeeping, if you know what I mean. 1, 2. Why do I hang on this way? There's something odd going on here. Can't think of a better name. Says just opening the package now. I didn't realize how small 20 count Ada is. Yes, I suppose if you're used to stitching 14, 18, 20 count does look a little bit smaller. Enjoy the adventure. Betty Hankins says, I've learned that too much sugar can cause cancer, and I was an addict of sugar. Yes, sugar apparently is really favored by cancer cells. I think that's the idea. Yes, so balance is everything. I was doing quite a lot of research as well when my parents are both going through the cancer situation. So yes, I think sugar did come up as one of the things. One, two, three. Here we go. See you later, Bags. Happy birthday, and see you next time. Nikki says, Yogi, my version of color flow is row by row, and I don't get lost. I suppose you could, yeah. I suppose you can flow. I think row by row. Is it color flow though, Nikki? Depends on if you're strictly doing one row at a time. You're doing row by row stitching. I think color flow is only color flow when you flow with the colors, I think. But I think you can do color flow vertically, right? You can do from top to bottom, and you just flow in a more vertical direction rather than diagonal. I think you can flow with any direction. Betty says housekeeping, the house can take care of itself. Yes, I think the body can only heal when it has a break. And as I said, the body's priority when it comes, when you eat is the first priority is go to the food you have just eaten and try to digest it. And I think people underestimate how much energy body needs to digest food. Because if you think about it, if you have a heavy meal, suddenly everything stops. You feel tired, lethargic, and you can't think straight. And that's because the body is dedicating majority of the energy towards digesting, because that's, you know, number one task to do. So imagine if you know, it doesn't mean you shouldn't enjoy a nice meal, but if you give it some gaps in between, so body has a chance to kind of, you know, not needing to digest food as a top priority, and then it start to take care of other things, you know, healing cells and cleansing stuff, all the things the body needs. So, you know, when doctors kind of go, well, not doctors, like people with fitness or nutritionists, they go, you have to eat frequently because the blood sugar shouldn't drop. That is totally wrong, I think. It just doesn't make any sense, because you're just encouraging body to constantly have to digest food and process stuff all the time. So I think, yes, I think people are starting to become aware of the importance of kind of giving the body a break. And fasting is one of them, definitely. Not for a long, long time. Some people might do it long. I don't do like multiple days or stuff like that, but I try to give my body a break when I can. If I don't feel like eating, I don't. So basically. Samantha says, I wish the house could clean itself. Me too, Samantha. I think sometimes it's called sometimes it's called a cleaning professional. But if you don't have one, then you have to do it yourself. Samantha says, you're keeping me company while I wash dishes and get dinner into the Instant Pot. That's what we're here for, you know. And whether you're working or cleaning or doing whatever, we're here for you. This bit is coming along quite nicely. Let me pick on this one then. Sweet 10. It's not a sweet 10. Jeannie says it's hard to text with wet hands. As long as you're not driving, it's quite okay. Jeannie says thinking about fasting gives me anxiety. I couldn't do it. My stomach literally wouldn't like it. You'd be surprised, Janine. I mean, in the beginning, it's going to be a shock to the system, but you have to kind of build into your lifestyle. You know, if you try to superimpose fasting, it's going to feel like suffering. But if you're able to kind of break off the time, just plan your meals, kind of, you know, slightly apart. And also food choices is probably important as well. You want to eat foods that is going to keep you full for a long time. So it goes back to the sugary food. I mean, I enjoy a bit of, you know, sweet treats from time to time. But the thing is, when you have sugar high, you're going to have a sugar crash. So that's just the way it works. It's balance, isn't it? This one, in fact, I am going to park it. I'm going to park it over here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah. Rose. Ruth says autophagy is the body's made for maintenance. Takes 16 hours fasting to move into autophagy. I eat 1 meal a day, midday, and protein and healthy fats only. Right, Ruth, you're definitely doing the right thing. Autophagy is basically when the body, I'm trying to think about the definition. It's a kind of cell, technically, it's kind of try to remove sort of dead cells. Ruth, you can correct me if I'm not correct. And in order to generate new cells, so it's a kind of cleaning process, really. So you don't have accumulation of dead cells. A lot of illnesses are caused by kind of excess protein, but essentially it's accumulation of cells. Maybe they're not performing well anymore. A lot of kind of cognitive related illnesses are basically caused by a protein buildup. I'm not a doctor, okay? I'm just illustrating it, describing it as how I understand it. But autophagy is a process when the body is cleaning off dead cells and generate new ones. And that can only happen when the body has capacity to do it. Because in terms of day-to-day operation, it's kind of in the lower end. You have to trigger it by fasting most of the time. Because fasting, essentially, you're freeing up the body's capacity for that to happen. So. Hey, Jody. Jody says, howdy, everyone. Hope we're having a great day. Great week. Yes. Ginny says, suffering sounds awful to me. Yes, suffering is a perception, isn't it? If you know that whatever you're doing is going to make the body very happy in the end, it's not suffering anymore. I just have a feeling I'm not convincing, I'm not selling this to Janine at all. 918, 918. Samantha says, don't eat late at night either. Well, I'm slightly guilty of that because a lot of times I come home late and sometimes I'll eat something after the stream, so I'm the worst offender. But I tend not to eat during the day until the evening. So I think that's a saving grace. I think you just have to work with your timetable, It has to be sustainable. And see you later, walk away. Walk away has done 200 stitches in this session. Oh, that's not bad at all. Yes, well done. And I hope to see you later. Oh, the colors are so rich, isn't it? It's beautiful. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I'm trying to decipher Betty's comments here. Your gut will only grow is hunger for so long, and it quits looking for food. Yes, I think the idea for fasting is, in the beginning, I'm sure, it's probably a little bit challenging. But once it passes a certain stage, let's say if you fast for, I don't know, you have to train your body to get used to the sensation, because if we're feeling slightly peckish, our instinct is to look for something to eat. But I think when you're fasting, if you incorporate fasting to your life, you don't follow that feedback. You go, well, my body is actually okay because, even though it feels slightly peckish, it doesn't mean I need food. It's just a sensation. And your body doesn't really need food. First of all, you've only eaten maybe 4 or 5 hours ago. So your body can't possibly be starving, after that short period of time. And also on top of that, even if your body is completely empty, of food, fasting is actually triggering the body to burn fat as the fuel rather than looking for food. So that there's a line you have to get past for the body to realize that, because the body normally, if you just you feel a little bit hungry, you eat. That's your normal pattern. Then your body would do that. It would tell you to go, hey Janine, go grab some something for to eat because you're a little bit peckish. But if you don't follow that feedback, meaning that you just leave it until your body realizes, okay, there's no food coming in, and I need to do something else. And that's then your body starts to look for your body fat to burn. And that's part of autophagy is also can only be triggered in a state when your body is actually not burning any kind of external food. It will burn the fat as part of the fuel. And that's a great thing, isn't it? I don't mind that. But yes, you have to train your body to know what it means when it feels either hungry or, whatever it is. So it's part of getting to know your body as well. And we're so detached from our own body a lot of times. And it's part of the beauty of doing yoga, because you just tune into your body a lot more. It's a conversation you have constantly with your body. And regain the trust as well. A lot of times we kind of thinking our body is trying to trick us to do all sorts of things, because it probably has as well. But is building that trust for your body, and also, knowing what your body is trying to tell you. It's not easy because we're so conditioned to be detached from the physical body. We think that we don't know anything about our body. If there's something goes wrong, we have to find a doctor because we know nothing. And in fact, I'm not saying don't go for the doctor, okay? You have to go to your doctors from time to time. But it's about having that connection, And I'm not talking about sort of woo-woo stuff. I'm talking about genuinely knowing what your body says when it's trying to tell you something. And it takes time, because if you go to a doctor, they probably give you the impression that you don't know anything about your body, but they know. And it doesn't make sense, because the body is yours. You know your body better. Hey, Rose, we have another Rose. Ruth, the magpie stitcher. Hello, hello. Janine says, you see my anxiety rising. Yes, Janine, it's the challenge of your fingers with stitching and the challenging of your mind. Yes. over here. I've got a couple of stitches missing here. Three zero one. Lynn says after fasting, you can run in McDonald's to give yourself a big treat. That's one way of doing it, Lynn. Oh, I think I've got a few part threads. They're just in the wrong spot. That's why I'm getting mighty confused on what all these part threads are for. It's okay. I'll sort it out. But I remember there was an experiment someone did. Someone took a, I think it must be a burger from Burger King or maybe from McDonald's. You probably heard about this. Someone actually bought a burger and placed it outside a window. So the person's living upstairs. So there's some birds, flying outside. And normally those birds would eat anything, right? If you have some sort of, breadcrumbs or whatever. So this person left this burger from McDonald's or Burger King, I can't remember. And outside the window for a year, I ask you, for a year, no birds come near it, okay? And it doesn't decay either. It doesn't rot. So the whole thing, after 1 year, it looked just like if you just bought it from McDonald's. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. It preserves really, really well. It looks fresh. It looks like it's freshly bought from the shop. So there you go. I don't know what that means. You can decide. Which one is this? And that one is that. I don't know what this one is. Very disturbed. It's 922. So this one, I don't know actually. Let me just remove it because I can't figure it out. Ouch. Janine says, if you fast, then start eating like you did. Wouldn't you gain more weight back on what you started with? I imagine your body will then want to have reserve when you starve again. Well, in theory, so it probably comes down to, because when we're talking about eating, not all eatings are equal, are they? And it's a food choices. So I think if you fast, let's say, I'm trying to come up with a more extreme examples. Let's say, because some people go for multiple day fasting, right? Let's say if you go for 3-day fasting and you come back and gradually small amount at a time, you start to come back to eat quote unquote normal, yes, you can gain everything back. If your goal is to lose some weight, then yes, in theory, it could come back. So when you fast and your body come to a reset, hopefully when you come back to quote unquote normal eating, your choices might be slightly different. So it's to do with the quality of eating rather than the quantity necessarily. So there are foods that invites, I don't know, more habitual kind of eating. And some foods can support you a little bit longer. So food becomes fuel rather than just pure, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with pleasure because eating is supposed to be pleasurable, but it's about finding the balance there where your body is giving, it's firing, it's giving you fuel from the inside. So, yes, I think food choices would be probably the key. And Nikki says you would want to change your eating habits. Exactly. And hopefully you don't need to force your body to do it. I think when your body come to a reset, and that's probably what fasting does as well, particularly if you're able to do maybe slightly longer fast. You don't have to. I don't think you have to do the benefit. You can do one meal a day or somewhere there, but the thing is, if your body get to have a rest and come to some form of reset, when you come back to try to build up normal eating again, I think you probably choose different kind of food because your body's probably craving for different things. Lynn says, Yogi, half the time we're not hungry at all. It's an obsession. Yes, sometimes we eat for different reasons, and I can be guilty of that. Sometimes I eat, I eat snacks because I want to, because it's delicious. That happens. It's a human thing. But at the same time, you don't want that to take over. So, it's a balance. They want to strive for, and it has to be sustainable because you have to force yourself to do certain things, and it's not going to be fun, and it's not going to be pleasurable. You want to have fun and be healthy. So 922. Ruth says, I do a 28-day juice fast. Several days ago, I lost 25 kilograms and I was able to go off my blood pressure medication. Yes, absolutely. I think, it doesn't matter if it's a juice fast or just fasting, is the fact that your body has an opportunity to take a break and also, recalibrate, really. That's what we want. But with juice fasts, you have to be a little bit mindful because there are different kinds of juices. This fruit juice can be very, very sweet, a lot of sugar, or you have vegetable juice. That's very different. Nikki, sorry. I was hoping Nikki wasn't watching when I did that. I know, because I just couldn't find it. I did check though, Nikki. I did check the surrounding stitches. I couldn't find one that's kind of this color. I still have it. Maybe at some point I'm going to rescue it. I know I hate wasting threads. But I had to cut it off because I couldn't figure out what it was. Look away, Nikki. Look away. And Renato, hello, from California. Hello. Lynn says, Yogi, my love of life is cheese and crackers, and cheese is very expensive. It's very expensive now. Yes, it can be. Yes. I mean, if you enjoy it and, you know, you can stay healthy, then it's perfect. All right. So there's a little bit of a tree trunk kind of peeking out as well. So pretty. So every stitch is doing something very specific. Okay, I'm gonna keep working along here. I don't know why I ended up with this color. Let me double check. 498. 498. 498. Just one stitch. A lot of times if I parking this much, and as the session progresses, sometimes I get very sloppy with my parking location. I start to just go, well, let me just park somewhere there without counting properly. And then I always end up with some mysterious part threads that doesn't make sense. Rose says, we juice our own vegetables with no more than 10% fruit. Everything was fresh and organic. That sounds amazing. Yes, that's a nice balance, because you can put a little bit of fruit, but not too much, because fruit, even though it's natural, is ultimately sugar. So if you're fasting, and, you know, a lot of people go for like, you know, apple juice, orange juice, essentially you're drinking 10 days of sugar. And even though it might still be better than eating, you know, quote unquote, your regular diet, but still. But yeah, veggie with 10% fruit. It's a very nice balance, because otherwise, if it's all fruit, if it's all veggies, it's not really drinkable. You're not going to like it. So you need to blend a little bit of fruit juice. I've done juice fasting as well, quite a few years ago though. It was in the summer, so it was good. But at the end of 10 days, I did 10 days, guys. I was so cold. It was during the summer, but at the end, my hands were so cold, my feet were so cold, and I was just craving for some hot soup. By the end, I was fantasizing having hot soup. I'm doing much better with just water, you know, just intermittent fasting, not too long. Just one meal, kind of roughly one main meal a day. I'm not that strict, but 498, 498. Nine one nine, guys. Whoops. Oh dear, we totally miss the chocolate break here. We're gonna have a little break here. Let me just do this color. Time just flies. It's crazy. And also, guys, we're having another black work party this Saturday, okay, for members. So last week we did our first session, and it was fascinating. There's so much to learn, and I think everybody's really enjoying blackwork stitching. So we're going to do another party this coming Saturday, and I think we're going to start around 4 p.m. UK time. So last week was about 4:30, and we're going to. I think we're aiming for 4 p.m. This Saturday, and then after that we're having the Amy style with the whole group. So come join us if you miss the last session, and just grab a pattern. There are a lot of free patterns around. It's really good fun. It's very therapeutic. It's very meditative, and it's like a puzzle you have to solve as you stitch. I really enjoy it, and it's a nice kind of side quest from, you know, what we're doing here day to day with full coverage stitching, which is great fun as well. But it's nice to kind of branch out and do, you know, different things, different challenges. And I find, you know, doing different things actually give you insight for whatever you're focusing on, you know, which could be your full coverage. So come join me and everyone else here on Saturday. Nikki says, every time I fasted, I got pregnant. Okay, Nikki, are we expecting more babies in 2026? I didn't know fasting has that special effect. That's almost miracle. That's a strange phenomena. Yes. It has not happened to me yet, okay? I think there's a documentary there somewhere with Nikki. All right, see, this is going quite well. I'm gradually kind of smoothing out a little bit. Jody says, I'm not a fan of back stitching, but since I just discovered the color flow method, I'm way into full coverage projects, so I'll join you early with those in hand. Yes, definitely. Yes, you can come in and just stitch whatever you want, of course, and just watch Yogi clumsily stitching my piece. But I think it's coming along really well. I'll show you. I'll show you on Saturday, and I'll show you the back of my piece as well. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. And I nearly fell off the chair when I saw it, but yes, it's interesting, really interesting way of stitching. I love it. It's beautiful. Something about something that's totally symmetrical. It's quite beautiful, and it's quite trippy as well. Some patterns are so, you know, very trippy, I think. Can't think of better names. Yes, you have to ask Nikki, you know. I don't know what she's up to when she's not eating. Jodie says, I'm a home chef. I cook everything I want to eat all the time. Yes. Jodie says, saw all the photos on Facebook. They all look beautiful. Yes, Jodie, come join us. There are a lot of free patterns. A lot of free patterns you can grab. There are links everywhere on our Facebook group, pointers to, and you can grab one and see if you like it. All you need is a pattern and a piece of fabric and some 310, you know, threads, or you can stitch whatever color you want. And it's very relaxing, very relaxing. Nikki, no justifications required, okay? All right, I'm going to come up here and do a little bit in this area. And of course, on Saturday, we are going to have Amy Sao as well as usual. But Jody, black work is not just about back stitching necessarily. There are two different stitches that you blend together, and it's very, very interesting. I find myself kind of, you know, really have to kind of have a strategy doing it, and I love it. It's like a puzzle game. And you can always try it. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it again. But give it a try. And the great thing is, you know, we kind of embark on this journey together. We do it together. And it's like last session as well. We just on the fly, asking questions, troubleshoot. Two over here. Jody says, Yogi's going to talk me into it. I can feel it. And you know, Jody, you're going to do it. You know it. I know it. It's good fun. Yes, Jody, you have nothing to lose. You've got everything you need to join us. And you know you want to because it's good fun when everybody's doing it together. Solar Wind says, so yoga is the black work on Saturday is at the same time as last Saturday. I think last Saturday we started at 4:30 UK time. I think we're aiming to start at 4 o'clock instead, so half an hour earlier. Because last week, literally 3 hours, it just flew by. And I think we can extend that with extra half an hour. Hopefully, should be fine. So 4 p.m. UK time. That's what we're aiming for. Lynn Rose says, so I need to get up and put my shoes on to go to work, but my cat is lying on saying, stay. Yes. Oh, the kitty is saying, don't leave me. So Lynn, you're going to work now. Yes. Have a great day. I will keep you company until you get there. No work for you. Oh. Nikki says, do you remember the kids where you had to sort your floss yourself, dark, red, medium, red, light? What are you referring to, Nikki? All right, 7:31. 7:31. I have one threaded already. There. Oh dear, why is it? Hang on. 1, 2. There. There. That's it. So Nikki, is that comment for me? What do you mean by the kids where you had to sort your floss yourself? Oh, or maybe it's to someone else. I don't know. Nikki, are you talking to me? That one. Down here. Oh, so it's a comment for can't think. Okay. Fair enough. That's why it doesn't make sense to me. To be honest, with the stitching kits, the only ones that I can think of that do not come with proper, thread numbers, etc. They're kind of really tiny samplers. I remember getting some stuff from Caterpillar, but they're only like 6 colors, and they're all very contrasting colors. And so literally, if if it goes green, there's only one green, or red, there's only one red. But beyond that, it doesn't make sense if they don't give you proper thread numbers. Okay, 3012. 3012. 3012. And I'm going to take a sip of my coffee here. Lynn says Yogi just started a new project. It's 3 Labradors. It has the patterns on, is it Ada? Ada sewed around the edge, hurt my hands. The Ada is so hard. Oh, I don't like it when the Ada is really, really stiff. Can you not wash it? Can you, you can wash it to make it a little bit less starched. No, I like my fabric quite soft. I don't know why they have to make some Ada so stiff. Maybe some people stitch without using a frame or hoops, and that's easier to handle, maybe. But what about stamp kits? Because stamp kits, there is not strictly, they don't feel like fabric, do they? They look very, very stiff, like canvas. Is it nice? It's quite nice to stitch. I have no idea. I think you just have to enjoy. You have to enjoy the stitching experience. Otherwise, you're not going to like it. And fabric is so important. There you go. Next color, 733. 733. Nikki says, think of that with dimension kits. They want you to find a color and sort them yourself. Very dark green, medium green, dark green. Okay, so, oh dear. So they basically have a whole bunch of greens, and the only description they give you is very dark green, medium green. That's a bit rubbish. That doesn't sound very much dimensions though, because dimensions, they tend to be quite good with instruction. Because all the dimension kits I've got, they've got numbers, kind of arbitrary numbers. They're not DMC numbers, but it's normally a random number. They probably have some sort of, system there. I don't know, but they're like random numbers, sometimes 3-4 digits, plus thread names. So there's normally a description of that color is. So you kind of get both there, but provided you have some sort of number, you can refer to the number. But I haven't come across kits, dimensions kits, that they only give you thread names, kind of description, because people can interpret shades very differently. If you say yellow green, or that's up for interpretation. And what if people have color? People are colorblind, or whatever it is. They're gonna have problems. And why wouldn't they give you some numbers though? Wouldn't that be easier? That's the problem, because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do that? It's not hard. Lynn says, Yogi, Jeanette Greenoff never uses a hoop or frame for any project. I think there are a lot of hand stitchers, sort of hand sewing, sort of people just work with fabric. I know there's some aliens out there. I don't know. For me, without frames, I think if something's really stiff, right? Maybe that's why they make some Ada quite stiff. Maybe some people just prefer working without using a hoop or frames. But if you're working with even weave, I can't imagine. I know they're out there, I know some people do work with 25 count or higher even weave and just stitch in hand. I know they're out there. One, two. Oh, chocolate, Clara, yes. Oh dear, oh dear. You see, I'm just not organized at all. Yes, chocolate time, guys. Chocolate time. Let me just do this one stitch. Yes. I just get sidetracked so easily. Here we go. Let's have a little bit of chocolate rest. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it now. Oh, thank you, Chad. I can count on you. Here we go. And so let me show you how beautiful this is. It's gorgeous. Look at this. Oh, so nice. And my little needle minders here. Okay. Pokemon and little rabbit. So let's have a bit of chocolate. Oh, it's so cute. Look at that. Here we go. I've got my coffee. Chocolate time, everyone. Yes, busy mom, go for it. I've got it. I'm running low on my chocolate supply here. Where's my chocolate exactly? And my chair is getting very squeaky. Here we go. That's the chocolate of my choice. Okay. The last bit. Nikki says, yes, they change a lot, but before when I started, it was like that. They had bundle. They tie with yarn. That's so weird because my experience with dimensions is very different. Could it be regional? Do you think? Because the ones I've got here ever, the first kit I got from them must be like 10, 15 years ago. And they're always nicely bundled with bobbins. And they're always proper thread cards. Not thread cards, thread listing, and if there's back stitching, it's charted differently. There's a separate version for back stitching, for back stitches. And everything's organized beautifully. Could it be that they don't do that in America? I wonder. Could it be regional? Let me just find my bits here. Yes, chocolate, everyone. Cheers. So I haven't had problems with DMC. I always think that they do it so well. I'm trying to think, but majority of my Dimensions kits, they've got probably more than, majority of them probably between 15 to 40 colors. So, I don't know if you get a kit that's only got 6 colors, maybe they do it differently. But they're always, beautifully bobbined and So no problem with that so far. Yes, let me grab my coffee as well. Yes, little break here, little break here. Yeah, I agree with you, Janine. Imagine if you're new to cross stitching and you get a kit and it's so confusing with the colors. If you can't find the colors, and also I wouldn't know how to organize my threads if I, you know, if I didn't have them bobbinated. So absolutely. See you later, Ruth. Great to have you. Can't think. You have to supply your own chocolate, okay? Until the technology actually catches on, that I'm able to transport electronically and send my chocolate to you. You have to supply your own, you know? Let me bring my little rabbit here. Oh, that's so beautiful. You can see the tree trunks emerging here. Oh, lovely. I need to top up my chocolate supply here. Can't think says I have it, I just can't reach it. So Can't Think is probably living in some sort of castle, you know, and Can't Think is currently in the craft room that's on the west wing, and the chocolate department is on the east wing, and you have to travel there. Maybe get a small bicycle. You can cycle through the corridors, and to get to your, or maybe get a butler. Get a butler to do it. Yes. Maybe Stephen Fry can do it for you. You know, the Jeeves and Wooster. Yes, Butler would be amazing. Yes, just go, yeah, would you do my fetch, you know, fetch the chocolate for me, darling? And the butler would just hop on a bicycle and cycle to the east wing to fetch the chocolate. And a cup of tea, of course. So Can't Think is waiting for the family member to get home and to fetch the chocolate. I see. That's pretty hardcore. I actually have a lot of respect for that. You know. 7:20. All right, 7:20. That can't be right. Oh, it's 7:30. I was thinking the color just doesn't match at all. 7:30. Okay. Ah, so Nikki, you're saying 25 years ago. Does that mean the DMCs, they don't do that anymore? Because I was under the impression the DMC, not DMC, Dimensions kits in America somehow, they just, you have to sort your own threads. Maybe that was manual labor. Maybe they use people to sort the threads, you know what I mean, to get the floss organized. And maybe that's making the kits too expensive. So maybe they're cutting out that process and go, hey, you do it yourself. It's kind of part of the practice, you know, being a stitcher. Which kind of is, you know, it's kind of is. It's just that if you're a new stitcher, you wouldn't know what you're doing. 939, 939. Yes, can't think. I almost have respect for you for the level of laziness. Yes, it's on a different league, you know, different level there. Shayla says, I remember Dimensions kits with the bundles of threads identified by a colored length of wood, of wool, white, red, blue, or green bundles. Oh, do you mean? I'm trying to remember. Does that mean they give you a sample piece of thread attached? Oh, I kind of vaguely remember. Maybe some kits they come like that. They give you a piece of threads attached to a thread card, right? I'm trying to think whether that was dimensions, or maybe some of my needlepoint kits. I cannot remember. That kind of rings a bell. So instead of telling you, but still, they still need to give you, right? Could they be giving you some kind of a color swatch, like a printed swatch with a piece of thread for that color? But why would they complicate it like that? Because numbering is so much easier. It's not hard, you know. Thread cards is not a complicated concept. Why would I want to make it so complicated and so not accurate, if you know what I mean? Hey, Rose, Palent, yes, welcome. And yes, you're very welcome with everything. And enjoy the rest of the day. So bye-bye to Rose. Michelle Fuller says, I'm at the grocery store. You would think the world is coming to an end instead of bad weather. Oh, are people stashing? Like, are people bulk buying things? A little bit like COVID. Oh, that's possible, I guess. People just think that they're going to get, you know, stormed in or snowed in. Yeah, sounds like COVID all over again. They just go, you know, just bulk buying everything, just in case. Well, I suppose you want sufficient, amount of food just in case, but not like crazy. And also delivery. I wonder if grocery delivery is still ongoing. Clara says, my dimensions kit that you're also doing. Maggie, the mess maker. All the floss are is bundled. When you say bundled, do you mean you have to sort it out yourself? But if I remember correctly, I actually can't remember, to be honest with you, because I remember everything was bubbinated. I could be wrong. I cannot remember. But I don't remember being overwhelmed or confused though. I think, all my threads, at least for that kid, are properly numbered with their own sort of numbering system. So I don't remember feeling, thinking that I was confused. Yes, I'd love to be able to complete that piece, even if I have to restart again. I love that piece so much. Michelle says, the shelves are almost empty. And what did I come to get? Toilet paper. At least you get a toilet roll, Michelle. And everybody's looking like it was COVID. Yeah, sounds like it. My goodness. How long do they expect this storm to finish? I think it's just survival instinct kicking in. Yeah, Michelle, just grab some toilet roll, okay? You can't eat them, but at least you have no problems. You're not gonna run out of toilet papers. 300. Wow, and there's a long queue at the tail as well. That's crazy. So the storm is due to come in a weekend, is it? Can you imagine the forecast just suddenly changes and go, hey, it's all gone now. Actually, it's going somewhere else. And then you're going to end up with a lorry of pasta and toilet rolls. 3031. We're going to have enough toilet roll for the next 6 months. 3031. I think for times like this, people go for, bread, pasta, whatever, or dry goods, tin food. And Jody says, I've never had issues with Dimensions kit. In America, they will come with threads on cards marked by numbers and symbols. Same here. Yes. I always thought they package everything really, really well. And particularly for people who are new to cross-stitching, which I was. I don't remember ever having problems with it. I really love them. Oh, Michelle is making bread. That's what people did during COVID. You know, at one point, yeast, you know, for bread making, there's a major shortage, global shortage. You couldn't find it because everybody was confined at home making bread for the first time in their lives. Janine says we're supposed to get 12 to 18 inches of snow on Sunday. Luckily, I work at a resort and can stay there over Sunday night and not risk my life driving home. Please don't. Yes. And how far is the drive? You know, it's just not worth it if you can stay overnight. And just make sure you tune into Yogi's stream. That's the most important thing. You have the internet, electricity, that you can tune in. All essentials. Betty Hankins says our site's supposed to start Friday night and last through Sunday for the storm. Lynn says, I remember there were two women fighting over pasta. Never seen nothing like that. You mean, do you mean during COVID or now? It'll be quite frightening, people fighting for pasta. You know, we have enough reasons for wars. Pasta is not one of them. One, two, three. Where am I? Here. One, two, three. One, two, three. Oh, Nikki says we can do sour for Maggie. Nikki, do you have a Maggie the mess maker? Do you have that kit as well? Because I really don't mind restarting. I need to find the digital chart for it. Because I think my paper chart disappeared. I love that piece so much. And a lot of back stitching and also some other type of stitches. I can't remember. 10 stitches as well. Samantha says, I'm not looking forward to minus 42 Fahrenheit this Friday. Oh dear. Stay in and put on socks, okay? Woolly socks and a hat, a little hat. Oh, Janine's got cat food. That's good because, you know, you can starve, but cats can't, you know? You see that bit? This bit? Just one stitch. SolarWind says, you've got Dimensions Kids as a brand new stitcher. Yeah, I mean, Dimensions Kids actually taught me everything I knew on how to cross stitching, because they always come with very, very good instructions and for all the basics. And I was always taught to start from the center, you know, take a piece of fabric, fold in a half and then half again. So you find that cross in the middle, and that's where you start. So imagine my surprise when I first discover with full coverage and people starting from the corner, from the different corners. And I was so intrigued. I didn't know you're supposed to do that, because dimensions always say start from the center. So when you finish the piece, you've got a very even, you know, amount of margins in the surrounding, which makes sense. But and then they always give you very good instructions on how to do Danish method. I don't think they ever show full cross, or maybe they do, I can't remember. But they just give you all the instructions you need. I never felt overwhelmed by the patterns. 581. And also dimensions, they have different types, different, I don't want to say levels, but some are more involved. And I always look for dimensions gold, which is a majority of them kind of almost full coverage. But of course, you know, they're not confetti. But it's very satisfying to stitch like entire piece. So Nikki, have you got Maggie, the mess maker? If you do, because I know who's got it as well. I think Suzanne has got it. And oh yes, Suzanne says she's got a digital version. I don't know whether it's the same, charted the same way as dimensions, but I'm very intrigued. I need to speak with Suzanne. Nikki, well, Nikki's talking as if it was World War II. No, it was a few years back. Nikki says solar winds. We didn't have much choice back then, unless you have a cross stitch store. I can't even speak. I didn't know there was such a thing as a cross stitch store, because over here there are craft stores, and with a majority of my dimensions kits, I think I got them. Some were from Amazon, okay, but I think I've got I probably got a couple of them from, I'm trying to think, maybe Liberty or John Lewis. I can't remember, because they have a haberdashery section, and there's, you know, sometimes they do kits as well. I can't remember. Maybe I got them online. I genuinely can't remember. Sue Howe says, I can't comprehend the weather we're going to be in the 40 Celsius in the next few days. Victoria, now you guys, you know, being stuck in the storm over the weekend is going to feel so much better with Sue being 40 degrees Celsius in Victoria, Australia. 44 Celsius next Tuesday. Hopefully no fires again. Oh, different kind of problem, isn't it? Some are going to be stuck with snow, and Sue is going to be worried about fires. Oh dear. So in comparison, London is pretty peaceful. We're a little bit wet, but generally we're okay. So Can't Think finally got up and grabbed the chocolate. Can't Think that took about 20 minutes. Well done. Round of applause for Can't Think. Finally, she, you know, and she and the chocolate have united with each other. That's beautiful. Oh, Nikki, you might have Maggie. Yes, if you have Maggie, we can do a little sour, can't we? I think few people have that. Quite a few people in this group. They have this chart. And Nikki, remember, we still have another pattern to sour with. Hang on, let me just have a check here. Nikki, remember the 101 alphabet? Remember we talked about that? I haven't found the fabric, okay, but at some point we need to get that going because that is a beautiful piece. This one. Nikki says, I can ask them for a digital copy. Can you? How do you get in touch with them? Please let me know, because I would like to have a digital pattern. I bought that kit twice, okay? So I'm fully qualified to get a digital copy, please. And I think for Maggie, if I remember correctly, the fabric count that came with the kit, I think it was probably 16 or was it 18? I can't remember. It wasn't 14. It was a little bit smaller, maybe 16 or 18. And it's got back stitching, so you probably don't want fabric count that's too high. All right. Oh, Clara, have you got Maggie as well? Yes, we can do a sow together, can't we? Because my dream, if I was ever to finish a piece, that would be the piece for me, you know. Because I try, you know, I try to stitch it so many times. Jody says DMC has a collection called the Masters Collection, which is based in fine art pieces, full coverage, and I love them. Oh, I wasn't aware of the Masters collection. I always went for goals because they're a little bit more challenging, you know, slightly larger pieces, and they're beautiful. Solar Wind says, I always heard the dimensions was not a beginner's project. I never done one, but Floss Tubers said it's not beginner's friendly. Really? I think if you go for a dimensions goal, it's a little bit more involved, but they have smaller pieces. They have very, you know, they have tiny ones. And they come with very good instructions. So I learned a lot from them. A23. And occasionally I go back to their website and, check from time to time, see if they have some new pieces for Dimensions Gold. I have not seen a lot of new things. Maybe I need to check again. A23. But throughout the years, I have not really discovered new pieces I like. Oh, can't think, you're going too hard. Can't think, not only she managed to fetch the chocolate after 20 minutes, and she also managed to let the dog out and took a potty break. Oh, don't push yourself too hard, okay, can't think. One step at a time, okay? Chocolate first, and then maybe leave the dog tomorrow till tomorrow. And potty break, you have to, maybe you can't wait. So potty break for the dog, not for yourself. I don't know. Either way is quite valid, okay? Well done, well done. Nikki, we barely had internet. When are you talking about? In 1952? Just listen to Nikki. You would have thought she was like, 80 years old or something. Michelle Fuller says, Yogi in chat, thank you for letting me through the crazy mess with grumpy people. I just listen and smile. Yes, that's what we're here for, it's a public service. Yogi stream for all occasions. Yogi in the chat. That's what we're doing here. I know life can be crazy sometimes. We try to find sanity, amongst the madness. And one stitch at a time. Lynn says, Yogi, someone on Vintage was selling Maggie 1. Oh, do you mean Maggie, the mess maker? Well, what I want is, I want the version that's charted by dimensions. That's got back stitches and everything. And also, preferably, I just want the chart itself. I don't want to buy the kit again. I bought it twice already. Oh, yes, regarding the alphabet, yes. I think the fabric is kind of the reason I have not started stitching that one. I'm starting to feel like I want to stitch that piece, you know what I mean? I've got that chart. I bought the chart maybe 2 years ago, and it's been sitting there. And from time to time, I bring it out and have a look, and I really want to stitch it. Maybe I just need to compromise with the fabric a little bit, because I'm thinking about having stitching on a kind of dyed fabric. Maybe even weave. Even weave is kind of workable, because originally I was thinking about linen, but I think it's probably too ambitious, and the fabric is going to be harder to find as well. But I would like to start that piece, Jody says Dimensions did a series of small gauge shots. I stitched all of them. They did a larger samurai. Oh, which I stitch all. Yes, they do smaller pieces, so you can pick and choose. And if moving into sort of Dimensions Gold, yes, it's a little bit more involved. Nikki says, yes, you can email them with proof picture. I'll get you an email. Yes, please. Let me know who I can write too. I have all the receipts and whatever it is, I've got it. Yes, it would be a dream. But what about, hang on, but what about the color charts? Because dimensions, they use their own arbitrary thread numbers. How do I know what color is what? You know what I mean? But I'll find a way. I'll find a way. Lynn says, Yogi, Maggie was for sale. £15. Wow. See you later, Jody. You say I used to be on the forum to find other cross stitchers back then. Nikki, that has not changed, have you? Because nowadays you basically go to DMC, floss stand, just the department there, and try to, randomly bump into other stitchers. But it has not happened, has it? Because it's always empty. So Nikki back in those days is going on forums to find other cross stitchers, and nowadays she just goes to a DMC department and try to find, random stitchers. So with, I wonder with the digital pattern for Maggie, I wonder if they actually supply proper DMC numbers, because otherwise it's going to be guesswork. This needle doesn't like me. Nikki says you have to sew them. I have to sew them like old school time. But the thing is, though, how do I even know what color is what? Because I don't want to do sort of random color matching. I want to use the actual colors, that's required for the chart. They don't make it easy, do they? All right then. Oh my God, time flies. 20 minutes to 1 o'clock here in the UK time. Yeah, I have no idea. I felt like we just warmed up. I am going to just pick one more color. Why not? And it's going to be the last color of my choice. Today really flew by. I feel like I've just sat down and do some stitching. Never mind. Let me have a look. Let me pick a color. Here. I'm going to end strong with a little bit of a 310. How's that? You say still no luck finding them at DMC aisle. That's why I'm on YouTube. Exactly. You're probably a lot better off being on YouTube than try to find, bump into random people. You might bump into some weird people, like pottering around the DMC aisle. You just don't know. You have to be mindful. I'm worried about you. Here we go. So 310 for the last, I'm going to do 3 rows here. It's going to fill up this area. Oh yeah, why don't I delegate the responsibility to Nikki and Clara to figure out the numbers, and then you can just supply that to Yogi. How's that as a deal? Nikki says, so do you not have the regional threads for Maggie? I probably have them still bubbinated somewhere, but my worry is at that time, I have a lot of DMC floss, and they all kind of number randomly because I didn't really understand the meaning of those numbers. I knew I had to look them up to find the right thread. So I need to look into my stash there, but I might still have them. I'm just not sure about how well they were numbered. And because ideally, I just like to know what those colors are and just be able to use them. Because I have 2 kids. I'm the second kid, the second try. Second attempt, I used up a fair amount of thread, and the first one as well. So even if I have left over, I'm not even sure that I have enough for the entire piece. So. One, two, three, 4. And then I've got, excuse me, I've got the final 4 stitches. And then I'm going to give you a recap of what I've done today, and also reveal the grand total of the number of stitches I've done today. Today, I don't think I'm going to do too badly, because I've got I've done quite a few 310 stitches. Okay, I'm going to do the final stitch for today. Here we go. All right then, let's have a look. Look at that, so beautiful. Let me zoom in a little bit. I just want you to appreciate how neat and smooth this piece is. And because of the stitching method, mostly. It's so smooth. And it's smooth at the bottom as well. It's just lovely. And here we go. Becky Hankins says there's a conversion chart for the colors. I've been told I need to look because I have the one that a cat and a tree, but the threads are missing. My suspicion is they probably have some sort of a conversion they use, and so maybe cross different kids, they use the same threading system, kind of convert to a different, kind of seemingly random numbers. And, you know, unlike, I think Gecko Rouge, for instance, it's probably arbitrary. It's a little bit more arbitrary, so different from kid to kid. But dimension, I suspect they probably have a conversion. Maybe that's a good idea. If we can dig that out, then it'll be easier, wouldn't it? So let me show you what I've been stitching today, okay, just in case you weren't here. There's a small markup there, but let me show you the big one because I think it's the small one just doesn't do it justice. Look at this. And this is the actual markup. It looks so smooth. It looks like, you know, original artwork, like illustration, but this is actually composed with real stitches, and it's gorgeous. And it's called Sleep Time by Ciro Marchetti. You can find the chart via Heaven and Earth. It's a supersize and max color, and they've got other versions as well, and a quick stitch version as well. Okay, so let me show you how I'm doing today. Okay guys, are you ready? Let me just zoom out a little bit so you know my progress here. A little corner there, upper right of this massive piece. All right, I'm patient. At the moment, my current goal is to get to the little squirrel there. Let me show you where I am, okay? So this is the upper right corner where I started. And let me flip to the marker. Can you see it? This is what I'm doing here. And my goal is to get to that little adorable squirrel there. Oh, really? And the beautiful blue background as well, that sky. And I love the strong color there. Oh, it's going to be so glorious. Okay then. So, number of stitches, okay? Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 170. Not too bad. I'm not complaining, okay, at all. 170 stitches. That's a grand total of number of stitches Yogi has done today. And also the progress, 0.33. I think when we started, it was somewhere along the line of, I think it's 0.31 or something like that. So not too shabby, you know. This is a very massageical, you know, very relaxing. my Pikachu is upside down, and so very relaxing way of stitching. I really love it, and I love the fact that, you know, the complete area kind of just revealing itself as you stitch forward. And I can't wait to move forward until I get to the squirrel. That will be you know, a completion for me in my mind. So let's just have a look at the chat. So oh, hello, we have a new joiner, the last minute. Never too late for a great party, okay? Is it Chris? Chris says hi from Wales, UK. Round of applause for the last minute joining into the chat. Never too late for a great party. Yes, the party is about to end, but I hope to see you again. Maybe tomorrow. We're here every day, guys. You know, and Chris, just in case you don't know, we stream every day, so come join us, okay? And you're in the UK as well, so now it's also bedtime for you, isn't it? Yes, it's bedtime with Yogi. And so guys, thank you for joining me today. And I hope you enjoy today's stitching as well. Time just flew by, isn't it? And wherever you are, you know, if you have extreme weather conditions, whether it's really hot or really cold, whatever it is, please stay safe and make sure you have enough food at home if you're going to ride the storm over the weekend. And snuggle up and keep yourself warm and just come join me. And we keep you company, okay? A Yogi stream here. So, guys, yes, send us some love in Europe and the UK. Send us to home, to home. I'm home, to bed, okay? With some Dolly Love, and 99 emoji. Why not? And Chris says, sorry, I'm late. I promise I'll stay up and watch early, Chris. Yes, we start normally around 8:30 UK time, okay? And if you subscribe to the channel, you will get a notification, all right? And so glad to have you, and I hope you see you all again. Thank you, Sola, for your support. And 10 minutes, 9 minutes to 1 o'clock, midnight, past midnight, in the sleepy London town here. Yogi signing out, and hope to see you tomorrow, Thursday, and come back for a spot of yummy stitching session here. And 99 everyone. And I see you there, Laura. Alert yourself. And I'll see you tomorrow. I love drunk as well. Bye-bye. 99. 99.